Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am once again playing City Skylines and attempting to build the city of Pepper Lake. A lot. So much building. All the building. Because, well, this is a challenge map, a scenario, where I have to meet 3 very specific goals and survive. It's a tornado alley, which means I will be hit by tornadoes, and it has been a while, so I'm just waiting for that to happen. It's been quite a while since the last tornado, which makes me very nervous indeed. But also, I have to grow my population to a level that I have never yet allowed my cities to get to before. I tend to like to sprawl out my cities a bit to, allow myself space, which means I've never really gotten more than about, say, 100,000 citizens. However, for this scenario, if we go over here, I have to have a population of 260,000, which is slightly more than twice what I have ever gotten before. So, concerning. But I'm trying. It wouldn't be a scenario if it wasn't possible. And it looks like I saved off and left on my glorious new airport, which I just put in at the end of the last stream. Aren't you beautiful? And I have 3 to-do items on my list. One of them is to convert my artery roads to 3 lanes, assess the monorail lines that are attached actually to these stations here for their capacity and, all that sort of stuff, and to figure out whether or not a ferry would actually be a good thing for my city. So, what I might as well do is start with converting the main artery roads to the 3-lane one-way. And these have already been converted here, so go me. This has not been converted though, so upgrading, upgrades. And 3 lanes for everyone. A lot of ferries in big cities. Well, I've heard that too, Muse. Also, good evening, welcome. The question is whether or not a ferry would actually be good for this city, considering that, rotate. This is all the waterway that I have. And while it might be good to give commuters more of a way to stitch across the river here, the question is whether or not that's actually worth the cost. Okay, and this has already been converted to 3-way. You still haven't spelled it right, but you amuse me enough that I'm not gonna, Okay. Conversions. Everybody gets 3 lanes. Now, see, I didn't even bring that up, Muse. You brought that up on yourself. Okay, and this road. All shall be converted. Okay, that one's already done. This one isn't. Moving along, converting the roads. You're owning it now. All right. Acceptance of self is a good step on the road. Okay, is that everything on this side of the city? No, it is not. And like this. And that should not actually be a road, and it's not, so... Okay, I think that's everything on this side of the highway. So let's move over to the older districts.
Welcome back to the most successful station on air. This is Synthetic Dog Radio, and I'm Jessica.
Convert, convert, convert. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to pause now because I definitely broke that power line in my work. And I'm gonna have to fix that. But first I'm going to finish doing this pair of roads, because otherwise I'll forget. There. Okay. Now, how do I fix this? I see. There. A little ugly, but it'll do. Okay, back to converting the roads. That is a lot of fire. That is actually an incredible amount of fire. My tree farm is on fire. That is so much fire. Oh no. I don't actually think there's anything I can do about that. Why are my tree farms so significantly on fire? That is the question that occurs to me. Oh, look at that complete lack of fire coverage through this area. That would be a significant factor, wouldn't it? Well, let's just it's probably not going to help at this late point, but Guys, send trucks to the fire. Send them now. There's a lot of fire trucks here now. Oh, what a charred mess we have going on here. But at least the factory didn't catch. Well, that was very unfortunate. I wonder why that all caught fire. Is this regular road? It is. My goodness. Alright. Ooh. And I can't actually convert this bit. Okay. I'm going to pause again. I will convert what I can. And then I'm just gonna try and uh-oh. Okay, okay. That's one side. Aha! I win! Okay. There are some places where I've built things so tight I can't actually convert the road. And I'm just gonna have to live with that. I'm probably gonna lose my pretty bridges here. Yep, there they go. I shall miss the pretty bridge, but it's better to have more lanes. And back the other way. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the end is in sight. Garbage is piling up. Okay, so that's something I'm gonna have to deal with in a moment. I've been trying to figure out what the garbage processing problem is. It's actually been escaping me a bit. Like my garbage processing status looks good. My landfill usage is way down because I don't actually have any landfills anymore. So, why is garbage going uncollected? There's a collection facility right here. I'm gonna grab the waste transfer facility just so I'm gesturing with it rather than with the garbage dump. So why is the garbage not being collected like through here is the question. Here and this little red spot here. I understand why it's not being collected here. But yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery to me. I don't understand. There should be plenty. I don't understand why there isn't plenty. Also, while I was looking at that, I think I figured out a way to be able to use this piece of land here without buying another square. And without sending more traffic onto the airport road. This area that I set up for the airport, I really don't want extra traffic on this particular road here. Because the airport causes a massive amount of traffic. So I don't really want to be like running more things than the warehouses off of the airport road, basically. And in fact, I think I may adjust this here. So that, yeah, there we go. Now they're forced to enter and exit the area in a specific way. Which should help with the traffic flow. I wonder if I should be putting a stoplight on this particular intersection. I'll have to see how much it backs up in any given direction, I think. But yeah, also, these warehouses they're just barely being used. So I don't think I need 2 warehouses for the commercial goods. So, you know what, I'm gonna make this one forestry products. I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna find my warehouses. Where are you? There you are. And put another warehouse here. And set this one to farm. Because I'm using the forestry and farm quite a bit. But the commercial goods, not quite so much. So I'm not 100% certain how to make use of this triangle, although I do have ideas. But I realized that I can hop over the highway here and connect it up here and over here. So let's turn off the one-way roads. I'm going to do this in regular two-way. And send this over like this. And then down like this. A little steeper than is generally recommended for greatest aesthetics, but attempting to use up the least amount of space.
Hi, I'm Greg, owner and founder of Steel Frame Spots. Due to unusually short fingers, which are a characteristic...
So that means that when I build a district out here, I can jump the highway over here. And I believe that I could also, there's just enough space to run a road through here and up into here.
I fight every day to get you the best deals. I'll never drop the ball on prices.
So,
And that's because low prices and my customers' happiness are not affected by the short fingers mentioned earlier in the advertisement. Just remember, when
now let's see.
who do you
I
carry?
kind of want this to be commercial.
That's who.
By the airport here, not commercial, to be industrial here by the airport. But also there should be, yeah, commercial around this to absorb the area of pollution. But yeah, let's pull up the dirt roads that I build every district in. And I'm gonna ignore that street actually. I'm gonna use this one. Just to have it a bit further away from the airport. And like this. Okay, this is gonna call for a curve, definitely. Like this. Back to the straight road. I'm pretty sure I can just... Hey, stop trying to touch each other. Like this. Yeah. That. Like that. And like that, yes. I could even... Cool. And I'll just run this like this. Gotta be careful about how big you make your industrial areas. If you make them too big, the traffic just overwhelms everything. yeah. So that'll be a nice little industrial area in here. Don't mind me while I mildly despair about how to run water through here. Always be careful about the placement of your water pipes. You will thank yourself for it later. Unlike me. Who is all like, why did I space them like that? Why did I do this? There. Okay, that'll be water for all of them. Power is going to be a different issue. While I'm working on this, I think what I'll do is I'll run a temporary power line across here, because I'm not going to be building above for a bit. So if I just run a line here... And just hop it over? No? Okay, that's hideous, but it'll work. Alright, alright. It's terrible, but... But we should get... I should get power jump across the road from that. Should. Okay. Now for the joy that is painting a district around this. Thankfully, I don't have to be too careful with this one. Hello, Holy Mango Empire. Welcome. I'm just setting up a new zone here in my city, so don't mind my distraction as I try to see around the chirper. There we go. There's going to be one weird shaped district. Okay. And making sure that it's not actually touching the airport. That's important. Because if I have to change its rules later, I don't want those rules applying to the airport. Okay, we're looking good. No, I'm not going to be specializing this. I haven't really got anything good to specialize it into. So, okay. Last step. We get some industrial in here. Not there, but there, and here. Am I asking for trouble if I do this? Let's find out. Oh, that's gonna have to be adjusted. Alright, bring me my... Let's see... Okay, that line is not in the right place. You know what? I'll work with that. Fill that in. I need a similar line on this one, which I'm just going to draw right here. And then zone that. And that is huge. I might have overdone it. You know what? I'm going to take out this side. And this. Do not want it to be too big. The traffic would be absolutely horrific. Okay. Whoop. You know what? Alright, let's make the entrance like that. And yeah, definitely need some fire coverage down in this area. Yeah, sure. Put one there. We'll see how well that does. Going to give the neighborhood a shelter just because. And police, we also need some police coverage here. Yeah, you know what? A station here. And a station here. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, let's let time run again. And remember to cross off converting artery roads to 3-lane, because I did that. Ah, excellent. The first buildings are going in where there's actually power. The question is how to connect this road in. As I do need to put in some commercial, and since this is regular dirty industrial, I want to put the commercial in here, but I can't ignore this road here, or else I won't be able to get to the other side of the highway over here. And you know what? I'm gonna... Yeah, I feel better about that. I live in constant fear of making my industrial areas too big. Okay, so now industrial need is in the floor and will remain there for some time because I oversupplied their needs. I am stunned that power does not jump from the airport over to that shelter. Oh, because all the power is up there. Okay, that makes more sense. I could have sworn the runway had lights on it. But the fact that the shelter doesn't have power is not actually that much of an issue to me. As unlike businesses or homes or whatever, it will not despawn after a while of not having power. So, I want to get some commercial in here. So, why don't I do like this? Hey game, let me do the thing. Why won't you let me do the thing, game? Okay, and... like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. Yeah, that'll work.
There's nothing like watching a movie to take you to another place or time.
Okay.
There's no better place to watch than home cinema. And no better time than the time it takes you to get from where you are to where we are. You'll break box office records of fun as you take a trip to Tinseltown, Movieville, USA. Action cut quiet on the set. Our theaters feature rhythms of airplane, guaranteeing the only thing you hear is the movie. That high-pitched shuttle drone is normal. It's the sound your ears hear
And
when
fill
there's
that
nothing
in.
to hear here. So come on down and enjoy the movies where everyone's a star.
Ivy Heights.
This is Jessica Stapp.
Sounds good.
John Radio.
Now, question is, should I make this local produce or not? You know what? Nah. Okay, high density commercial. I choose this area for high density. Although, oops, made a mistake. This line is a no. Let's keep everything contained nice and neat. Put light density into the weird shaped area that I have going on here. And sure, these as well, because they are also weird shaped. And yeah, that block. Yeah, I like it. And you know what? Let me put high density all along here as well. arbitrarily here. And then make the rest low. Just 'cause I can. Alright, let's make sure that they have water, which they currently don't, so it's a good thing I checked. And like this. And didn't quite measure right, apparently. Ivy Heights is expensive. Okay, and they will definitely have power because of the goings-on over here. So, you know, now that I look at it, I need to redo a little bit because I'm going to want to use this road as a connector. So, yeah, like that. And probably this will be the easiest way to connect over here, but we shall see. Things are going to end up being a little weird through these areas because I keep shifting what my grid is. Oh, they're complaining about industrial waste. I didn't put the latest industry anywhere near your homes. And this lot that built down here are just begging for power because they didn't build over here. Like, is there anything I can do to help them without messing up other things I'm doing? Yes, actually. I can run a power line from here to here without messing anything up. Excellent. Oh, what is this? Not enough workers complaints everywhere. Where is my latest... Where's my... Oh, I don't have a current housing district. They are all full. Okay, I guess I need to put in some more housing. I think putting it in up here, because I'm not done with needing this particular power line yet, so building it down here would be a problem. So like this. Like this. I'm gonna have to Old Town this area, but that'll be fine. You know what? Run this out to here. That. Come on. Whoop, that is not what I wanted, and you know it. There we go. Okay, one over from that one. Yeah. And I'll just run this one up this way. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Room for expansion, but a good size to start with, and not too far away from the monorail station. Alright. Let's run them some agua. And oh, way too close. Better. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Medical. They'll be fine. There's one right there. Crematorium. Yeah, there's also one right nearby. They'll be fine. They'll be great. Fire. They could probably use a fire station. Oh, you know what I failed to do was there. Alright, back to fire station. That's industrial. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. There. And shelters. Okay, yeah, one there. And one here, yeah. And police. Do it like that. Schools. Actually, no, wait. Let's start with parks. If I put it here, it'll cover the entire area. Okay, now schools. Yeah, one here. And I'm gonna end up needing a third one, aren't I? But not yet. And high school. No, it's probably better to put it over here. And universities, we're still serving the city pretty well, so I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. Let's run a district over all of this, being very careful not to touch the artery roads with it.
Colossal Ore. We are the leading producer of minerals, ore, and natural resources, which means you're benefiting from our services whether you know us or not. No matter what our critics say.
I will expand this, but because the need is fairly low right now, I'm just going to start with this. And oh, I'm loving that. Walnut Heights, excellent. Alright, and I just recently got this new pack, so I want to see how it looks. So Walnut Heights is going to be mid-century modern. And we are going to have a policy of Old Town to keep people from using it as a shortcut. There we go. Alright. Yeah, look at them all complaining that they don't have power. Don't worry, people, it'll be fine. There will be power. There's plenty of power to be had. People need to build. Anytime now. Yep. Nobody is building. Did I have space in one of the other residential districts? I didn't zone it. Oh, I'm very smart. Okay, going to start by putting in low density commercial through here, because nobody wants to live that close to the major traffic. Same here. Like that. Oh, wait, missed a spot. And like this. There we go. Okay. Then high density. Like this. Like this, like this, like this. And then low density here and here and here and here. And here. And very carefully yes, here. There we go. Okay, that was why nobody was moving in. So, now with slightly more intelligence. Yeah, there we go. Look at them building close to the amenities first. I nearly called them anemones. This is not underwater, as much as it might want to be. Of course, they don't have power. But it should eventually jump. Eventually. I hate the waiting part. And it's gonna be a while because demand just dropped through the floor. Oh boy. Okay, these lot have power. We just need like a couple of buildings. Come on, people, I believe in you. You can build buildings so that this gap gets jumped. You can do it. I know you can. And I don't understand why you want to be so close to the high school when none of your kids are high school educatable yet. Thank you, Muse. But yeah, they're building away furiously. They're just not building here. And like if we could just like get a couple of buildings like right along here, the problem would be taken care of. Come on, you little not Sims. I know you can do it. Oh, so close. They're almost touching. Come on, touch. Touch! They're just playing with me now. They're playing with my emotions. Wait, there it goes. There we go. Now everybody's got power. And it's glorious. But yeah, I haven't... This is the first district that I've built with the mid-century modern since I got it, so I'm really curious what kind of... I mean, I've seen video, but it's not quite the same as being able to watch it myself, you know? Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. Behold, the carport. Okay. So, we have one of each kind of district, just sort of working on itself. I did zone over here, right? Why is there industrial demand when there's all this industrial over here? Oh, hold on a second. That's not right. No touching. Well, hopefully that will take care of the employment issues by having people move in up here. So, oh dear. Oh no. Ooh. Well, that's a problem. Why are they all locked up? Oh boy. I think this particular roundabout needs to be more than just a street. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. It's already bad enough. Oh, interesting. Gonna have to do something funky with this one. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. It's still very lumpy, but I mean, I can put in a slip lane, but I prefer not to. But let's just watch and assess this for the moment. Because no, I don't want the route for just that tractor. I want for the road. Yeah, I think I need to give them a slip lane because this is ridiculous. Okay, you know what? Fine. You want to do it that way? We'll do it that way then. I need these power lines out of my way. I don't really like this one. It's a little ugly, but it should do. Now, I probably still need those power lines, I suspect. Yeah, the only connection I have is over here right now. It's a little tenuous. Let's try and do it without the power lines. Okay, let's see if the slip lane helps. It probably didn't need to be a 2-lane, but yeah, the slip lane is the right idea, but I've got it in the wrong place. Which is really annoying. Because the more of this corner I cut off, the more of that land I can't actually use for building on. But merging it here is a nightmare. So... come on. Nope, not like that. Yeah, sure, like that. Okay, let's see how that runs. Better. That's better. And I mean, we've got the binging that indicates that the commercial stuff is full of dead people. Okay, let's grab a crematorium and okay, they have trash problems and they have a lot of dead bodies, so I'm just going to drop a crematorium here to cover the general area, and then oh yeah, we need some trash coverage. You know, if I were to take this street out here, I could put this in here pretty much perfectly. Yeah. Whoop. Like if I take out this road, I can put a right here, and that'll cover the whole area. Yeah, look at it sending out trucks already. Okay, derelicts, be gone. There is no failure in Pepper Lake. There are so many bodies in the commercial district. Why did so many people die there? Why are there so many dead people there? I don't understand. Oh man, there's... Oh... Oh, that's really unfortunate. Why are there so many dead bodies? I mean, the derelicts keep happening, but why are there so many dead bodies? Okay, I'm gonna do a derelict sweep, and then I'm gonna try and figure out what the heck is going on. I've probably had a die-off. That happens periodically, but... But it's really weird that it's happened everywhere. Also, what the heck is with these garbage problems? Have my... Have my transfer facilities been filling up and not telling me? But yeah, I'm losing 1,000 people a week right now. Oh lordy, I think it's a die-off event. Because a bunch of these derelicts are residential. Oh no. Why are there so many bodies? I only looked away for a minute. And why is there so much garbage everywhere? What is going on? Okay, I'm gonna try and take care of one alert at a time. The derelicts are easiest to solve the problem of, so that's why I'm doing them first, just to get them cleared away so I can see.
This is Jessica Statler with Synthetic Dome Radio. Soothing cities to help your mind wander back to the golden era.
Man, oh man, why? Yeah, these are like mostly derelict houses, not derelict commercial or industrial. Oh, that's horrifying. Why are there so many bodies? Why are there so many dead people? Like, the dead people are actually more of a problem than the trash right now. That's... What is going on? No wonder the places have been complaining that they don't have enough people to employ. Okay. I seem to be... I seem to be running out of derelicts for the moment. Let's, any more derelicts blinking? Yes, I missed some up here. Okay, I saw it. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I believe that's all the derelicts. Oh, no, wait, still missed one. Huh. Well, this is a nightmare. Why does this always happen in the middle of the night? Okay, let's have a look at the trash situation. Let's have a look at the trash situation this way. Alright, 8% full. 12 out of 22 trucks in use. %, 0%, 0%, 0, in use, running, 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 0% full, derelict that I missed. Processing. %, full. All right, we'll empty that one. That's 52. It's okay. Just started using that one. Running, running, 67% full. Recycling center operating. I'm gonna be truthful, I don't understand the problem. We have green coverage on the entire city. I don't understand why the trash is not being collected. Especially through these areas. Like this place should be plenty. Okay, well, what I'll do is I will drop another one over here. And we'll see. Hopefully it gets enough water sitting where it is. Okay, now for the entirely knottier problem, I think. Why aren't the dead bodies being picked up? Darn it, where is my healthcare? There it is. We have adequate coverage. Definitely not complete coverage. Ooh. Yeah, need one for this area. Yeah, I'll just stuff one in there. And yeah, Yeah, why not? Okay, we have just really inadequate coverage is what's going on here. Um... Hmm. Okay, that should do it, given a bit of time. I'm still not sure why the garbage problems. Although this place is saying that it doesn't have enough water. Funny how that's enough water for this, but not enough water for that. But yeah, just pull that down there. And that should take care of that problem. Okay, still a lot of derelicts, but I'm seeing a lot fewer bodies. Yeah, it looks like putting in those extra crematoriums was what I needed. Looks like the bodies are in fact being picked up. So let's do some more derelict sweeping. But yeah, a lot of these are homes that would have been abandoned because the bodies weren't being picked up for too long. But frankly, since that is helping with the body cleanup, I'm going to be a bit depressed about losing all these residents. But I will get them back. I still don't know what triggered this massive die-off, though. What the heck? Okay. It's hard to tell which ones are which sometimes. Still so many bodies over here. Man. Okay, I think that's everything in this bit. Still a lot of bodies. Okay. Well, there's no point in checking the transit system until I get my population back. It's hilarious that I've still got the happy citizen symbol when, you know, it's all corpses and garbage as far as the eye can see. Man, I hate die-off events. It's not even a proper event or a proper natural disaster. It just happens. And, you know, maybe I build too quickly, and that's what, you know, makes this sort of stuff happen, but... Still so many bodies. Okay, and that.
Italian leather.
Yeah, I definitely missed some.
Pernu is Italian for jean jacket. We take the second best of Milan, and with an appropriate markup, bring it to you. Just because you don't have taste, doesn't mean you shouldn't have pants. Pernu apparel.
Okay.
But not quite.
So many. Okay, why is there a derelict that I can see when I zoom out, but as soon as I zoom in, it disappears? Where is it? Oh, wait. There's a patch of them right down here. This and that. There. This. That. So much. Oh, I missed one in here. Okay. Oh, wait, one more. Oof. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna start upgrading the roads through the industrial area, and I'm just going to ignore things in the hopes that if I just give them some time, they'll recover. This should help a little bit with the traffic too, because the speed limit for the industrial roads is higher than for the dirt roads. There we go. That's the industrial area all upgraded. I'll just clean out the derelicts that appeared while I was doing that. Those employment issues are murder. Okay, I'm losing fewer people. We're down to 845 from over 1,000. So at least there's that. Still got a whole bunch of derelicts to clean up after I did that. I'm seeing slightly fewer bodies though. Oh man, my brand new district. I haven't even converted the roads in that one yet. Like that, like that. Little through here. There's a lot of crime in the cemetery. Why is there a lot of crime in the cemetery? You'd think it would be too busy for anybody to get away with, say, vandalism or anything like that. Okay. Yeah, with all these gaps, there's not going to be a housing need for a long time. Okay. Still got a lot more bodies than there should be. Okay. Just checking this part of the city for any buildings that I might have missed. Okay, I'm pretty sure I got everything through this lower area. I put in enough crematoriums. So all I can do is just do regular derelict sweeps and wait for them to catch up. Maybe if I raise their budget? Where's my budget panel? Give me my budget panel. Do I have a budget for just death care? No, just for health care. Industry areas? No. Alright, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna nudge up the garbage budget and nudge up the health budget. There. And perhaps that will help? I'm also noticing that I missed some roads when I came through here. I know at least a couple of them it was because I had stuff on them I couldn't move. Yeah, like, oh, I see, okay. Alright, so that is why I left those roads. Because I can't actually upgrade those ones. Alright. We good, we fine. Okay, I'm going to do the roads through Ivy Heights here. I'm gonna hope that things get better. Alright, the number of people that I'm losing does keep dropping, so... just gotta let it happen. We're down to losing 324 people a week. And just as I said that, it started going up again. Why is there suddenly a water issue? There's plenty of water. The heck was that? What is going on with the lot of you? Okay. Still got some corpse issues, but most of the problem that I see behind all the derelicts is garbage now, but possibly more stuff will jump out once I clean up the derelicts again, so... I'm not seeing so many trash issues, though. There's at least that. Which does remind me, didn't I set the trash up here to emptying? Where is the trash place? It's right around here somewhere, isn't it? I've lost it. There it is. Oh, yeah, it's empty. Okay, stop emptying. And as long as I'm up here, I might as well take care of the derelicts. Okay. Still a lot of bodies up through this area. See, the main problem is that the derelict warnings can cover up the other warnings when there's a lot of them. Which is why I clean out the derelicts and then have a look at what sort of warnings I have again. Okay. No, I'm not being systematic about this. I didn't build the city right to do that. If the entire city were on the same grid, then yes, I would be able to be systematic about it. But since I kept changing direction, that luxury is not available to me. Okay. We're definitely having employment issues, which is no surprise given the way my citizenry keeps dropping. But yeah, this definitely seems to have been a death wave event. Not that I can figure out what precipitated it. Like, the thing that bugs me is that this is definitely city-wide. It's not the districts that I built, or the order that the districts went in that I built. Which is normally how it goes. Is that a district will cascade. But this is city-wide, and I just... Why? And yeah, there's pretty much nothing that you can do about death waves. You just gotta wait them out. And I've just gotta be careful to keep an eye on my budget because with losing as much citizenry as I am spending more money than I'm making right now. So there will be no more converting of roads until I start getting a positive on the citizenry again. Okay, yeah, we've still got a lot of bodies. Just gotta wait it out. You know, I'm gonna look at my tree farm. It's a very nice tree farm. And it doesn't have so many corpses in it. It's a very excellent tree farm that way. Just the best tree farm I've ever had, you know, with the lack of corpses. Ay, 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 ay. Like, the garbage, I have no idea what the problem is there.
False tech cameras. If you want the best, you've got to go big. That's why our cameras are the biggest on the market. Our shutters the largest. Our lenses the longest. Cameras aren't
But yeah, at this point it is tempting to go through and just bulldoze all the buildings with corpses in them.
is the one that you're afraid to take outside. Vault Tech. Only the best.
I'm not sure if that would help, but it would make me feel better.
I'm Jessica Statler, and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio. The great
Like, we've been sitting here with this district blinking away over here. Why is nobody picking up the corpses? Because they don't have coverage. That would be a good reason why people are not picking up the corpses here. Like, look at this, it's all gray. That should help. Like, we can actually see all of the cars leaving the crematorium right now. Hopefully going to pick up all these bodies. Not sure why the crematorium here is not covering this area, but oh, because I wasn't on the right tab, that's why. Ah! Like, we can actually see all the cemetery and crematorium vehicles. They're all lit up in purple. But, yeah. This area is dire for some reason. Got bright green coverage on the roads, but the buildings themselves haven't been serviced in ages. Also, why does this one have... Oh boy, this corpse is from a murder. Where's my... There it is. See, they should be... Yeah, there's a police car heading towards them right now. So at least that part's going to be taken care of, even if they... No, wait, they're going away. I mean, I see the hearses. They're doing what they can. It's just there's so much. And they seem to all be bound up over here somehow. What has the traffic stopped here? What does have the traffic stopped here? Did the game go and put a streetlight in there? No. Which means the problem is the roundabout. Oh, which is solid. Okay, well... At least this I can do something about. Let's make sure I can actually... Oh, yes I can. Alright. Let's see if this helps. It'll take a little while to work itself out because this is just solid in here. Stop telling me about the new land to purchase. I'm still trying to make use of the... Oh! My citizenry is going back into the positive. Oh, I think we're finally starting to catch up. Well, this is partially working itself out. We've got people getting through at the corners, but anyone who's going further than just the corner. But I think it'll ease itself out. Alright, time for a new derelict sweep. Since we actually have people moving into the city, that means that hopefully a lot of the dead bodies are taken care of now. I see there's still some around, but... Still very tempting to just bulldoze buildings with bodies in them. But yeah, we've gone back to having more people moving in than there are dying, which is awesome. Hopefully the wave is over and it's just cleanup now. Cross fingers, cross toes, cross hair. CrossFit. Oh boy, what a mess. Oh, I think think I just deleted someplace that somebody was actually living in still. Oops. It's okay, there's lots of space for them to build a new home in. Okay. Get out of my way, plane. I need to see. Getting there, getting there. Man, there's so much cleanup. Where is the... There it is. I'm pretty sure that the garbage problems are actually traffic problems. I should probably check my roundabouts and make sure that they're not constipated. It is the main problem with using roundabouts. They're good for medium, up to medium traffic. But once you start getting to heavy traffic, they struggle. This one looks alright. This one looks good. You know what? I should probably take this opportunity to put some more high density in this area because, yeah, got a lot of low density going on through here. And with so many yeah. Let's do it like this. Yeah, get a bit more high density in there. Just one moment. I have to take care of something. Alright, I have returned. Apologies for that. There's a bit of a situation going on in my family right now, and, well, situations are situations, unfortunately. But, that aside, what was I I was bulldozing, wasn't I? Although I think I got all the... Yeah, I got all the derelicts, and I just rezoned a bit of Hawthorne Hills. Alright, let's let time go for a bit. Still gonna get more derelicts because we've still got way too many bodies. Okay, I'm going to go back to looking at the death care tab. And try play the game of spot the purple vehicles. Oh, there's one. Kind of wish they'd gone over here rather than over there, but oh well. There's one right here. Will it? No, it won't go there. Yep, the dead body was there too long and it went derelict. I mean, that is definitely one way to deal with dead bodies. I mean, demonstrating, you can make them disappear by doing that as well, but I prefer not to, generally speaking. But yeah, let's, this roundabout seems to be running pretty well. So I don't really have to worry about that traffic. It is still backing up through here because I couldn't give it a better intersection than a T-joint, and that always slows things down. But this roundabout seems to be going well. Okay, it is a little early, but I'm getting constant text messages right now. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to pause here. I'm going to save. And I'm going to take my break a little bit early. I'll refill my tea. I will deal with this family issue that is going on in one way or another. And I will be back in just a few minutes. And I have returned from my break. I'm sorry that it was a little longer than usual, but it was also earlier than usual, so now there should hopefully be a longer uninterrupted amount of time, assuming. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of things happening on an emergency basis in my family at the moment. And we'll see if it affects my stream schedule. I don't know yet though. We'll see. So hopefully my stream schedule will be going off as announced and all that sort of fun stuff. But there is the possibility that I might have to cancel streams later in this week because of what's been going on. But we'll see. We will see. Right now, I probably won't have to. But the future, well, who knows about the future? I am very concerned about this roundabout, which is why I've been looking at it the entire time that I've been talking so distractedly. I I worry that it may be too small. And I'm just trying to work out how I can fix it without losing too much space. Like the cars coming through here aren't having too much trouble. Neither are these ones. It's whatever is going on here. So let's pull up routes. And you know what? No, there. What is going on here? Fascinating. That's all through traffic? Huh. So like there are a few vehicles that are going down further. But the vast majority seem to be coming from here and here. And what about down here? Oh no, that's all over.
We all want to be prepared. We all want to be sure that the people we leave behind don't think we're jerks. That's where final insurance comes in.
Possibly I need to make this a different kind of intersection,
For a small monthly sum,
which the monorail is actually going to make quite difficult.
everything taken care of. Final insurance, the last insurance you'll ever need.
But
I'm Jessica Stafford, and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio, the only station with music made by computers.
okay, what I'm gonna do is take out this radio mast. And I'm gonna try leaving the monorail in, even though I might suffer for it. But we shall see. Alright, give me my 3-lane one-ways. Okay. From here. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. One isn't going to be enough. Still not enough. That's enough. It's 1. That's 2. Okay, now we take a moment and pray. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, and turn that around. Oh, wait. Okay. And turn that around. That doesn't seem right. Oh, because it should go the other way. Like that. Like this. Yeah, it's gonna have to be on all sides. Oh boy. Like this. Like that. Yeah, yeah. Oh man. Okay, and then this. I'm just gonna move it to here. This should hopefully help, but I can't be certain. And I'm getting a pile of text messages again. Why? Okay. Alright, well, just arranging things. Alright. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Getting another text message, but I'm gonna unpause this and see what happens to it anyway. Just gonna actually let this flow for a minute while I check my text messages again. Okay. I didn't really need to check that one, but okay. Now, the main question here becomes once again, of whether it's saddled me with traffic lights. It has not. And you know what I'm seeing is that the ramps do not actually need to be 3-lane. So I'm going to take those down to 2 lanes. Yeah, it's really ugly because of how high I had to make it to go over the monorail, but I think it's flowing a little better. I wonder if I should take out these two nearest cross streets. And just force the people, like, turning around to go further. Although then that brings it on this side into this... Oh, that... messy. Now, that side I'm going to have to leave, but... You know what? This one I'm going to take out. I just force the traffic further down. What I don't understand is the number of people who are going up over there instead of across. Did I put that in the wrong direction? No, I did not. It is connected. Oh, these are all the people who are trying to treat this thing I just built as a... as if it were a roundabout, isn't it? For some reason, they're still going, like, sideways rather than across. Yeah, I bet if I grab the route for this... Oh, I see what I did. It's all the people who want to go that way. Okay, that makes slightly more sense. Which means that maybe I should put this cross street back in for the people who want to go this way. Yeah. Okay. I realize my mistake now. Okay. Should hopefully help. It's still kind of a roundabout, although it's a more but it allows the traffic that is going straight to just keep going, rather than routing them onto the side loops. So yeah, that's actually starting to clear itself up. Still a bit of an issue down here, but I think they're gonna clear through that sooner rather than later. Yeah. And the through traffic is going nice and smooth now. Okay, it's time for another derelict sweep. this out. Okay, the good news is the derelicts that I am clearing out at this point seem to be mostly industrial and commercial rather than residential. So that's a population issue, and as more people move into the city, that will be kind of taken care of. Because, yeah, there isn't the derelicts through the residential districts in here anymore, so that's pretty awesome. And we've got some high density going into the bits that I rezoned. Excellent.
At the Forest Foundation, we care about three things. Tree things, nature things, and the third thing, bird
So,
things. The homes of native birds are being destroyed at an alarming rate.
just clean
That's
this
why
up.
our goal is to give a birdhouse to every bird on Earth.
Here, there, the other place, over there, over here.
And we invited birds indoors with the rest of us. Do your part and text Dirty Birdie to 3030 to donate a bird
That.
to 30 birdies. You can either be part of the problem or you can be with us, the Forest Foundation.
Okay. Yeah, I am not seeing any more giant body warnings. I'm mostly seeing the I don't have enough people to employ warnings, which is excellent.
Captivating a foreign nobleman in a blur of pink earrings and chartreuse bangles.
So how is this roundabout,
Sharply dressed broker who drives an exotic
probably misnamed roundabout, doing?
If you fit that bill, this next one's for you.
Well, the traffic is indeed quite high, but it seems to be doing okay. There's a bit of stopping, but they're mostly going. This area is an issue, obviously, but the problem is if I put a light here, that's going to interfere with the traffic on the roundabout. But possibly if I put a light here, let's try it. Let's try having just a stoplight right here. You know what? My mistake was making this a 2-lane highway rather than a 3-lane. I can't change that bit. Space already occupied. Oh, I must have put a monorail pylon right against... Oh, yeah, look at that. I can change that. That's actually a fairly easy fix. So let's bulldoze that. Change that bit of road. We'll pull up the monorail. And run the track back through so that the trains don't even notice. Yeah, I think making that one intersection a light is helping. And converting the roundabout to 3 lanes is also helping. The main pity is the way that the traffic gets stopped up here. But unless I want to remove this road entirely, which would just shove all those people over onto this one, I could try it. Is that helping, or has that made things worse? I think the main problem is having a 4-way intersection like that. So instead of having the street go across here, I'm getting water warnings for some reason. I will check into that in a moment. Okay, so like instead of putting a street across here, what if I put a street across here? What the heck? Wait a minute. Why are there water issues? There's plenty of water. There's so much water. Is this a power issue? Ah, see there's the actual problem. It's not a water problem at all. This is a brownout. Yay, fun with another nuclear power plant. Ironically, this should solve the water problem. Yep, see, there we go. Back to having plenty of power for the city. And contemplating traffic. So once the traffic that wants to go through here has gone, like to turn around, now the light is actually causing an issue. Alright, let's try turning off the stoplight. Now that it's not a 4-way intersection, I may well be able to get away with this. What is... Yeah, now that it's not a four-way, it's flowing pretty well on its own. I do wish that the traffic that was going straight ahead would not try to use this lane when they could just as easily use the middle lane like this truck is doing right here. Look at how beautifully that goes. Beautiful. Perfect. If you're going straight through, what the heck are you doing in the right-hand turn lane? Well, still getting a little bit of a backup, and I don't think that with the way that I have things laid out that I can make it any better than it is. But it's less than it was before, and it's only this section that's really binding. So, yeah. It's 'cause of all the traffic through the airport area. I think I got the right balance of warehouses going now, though. Yeah. Okay. There's a great demand for commercial right now, but we'll see what it looks like after I do a derelict sweep. Because there are a lot of places that went out of business because they didn't have enough people to employ. Here and there. And there. And here. And when did you burn down? No wonder I had a power issue. My solar tower burned down. Man, I probably didn't need that other nuclear power plant. Oh well, I'm not going to need another power plant for a really long time. Oh, you know what? I bet that the solar power plant got hit by lightning during that storm that I had earlier in the stream. Okay, now that I've rebuilt that, let's have a look here. Current electricity production 2,395. Now that I rebuilt the solar tower, 2,673. Yeah, still a lot of places complaining that they don't have enough people to employ. I'm just gonna have to let people move into the city. Okay, I took out a whole bunch of derelicts, but they're mostly industrial derelicts, not commercial, so the commercial demand is still pretty high. So, I'm gonna come over here. I'm going to connect these two roads. Okay, and Ivy Heights will get extended into this area. Hey, no touching. Eh, you know what? Yeah.
Drive a cloud? What does it feel like to steer a river? What does it smell like to smell a mountain? At Jubilee, we're committed to letting you do the impossible, and now we've succeeded
Like
in
that.
letting you drive the undrivable. The Jubilee Dementia. The car engineers
Like
said
this.
test drive one today and experience what scientists for
I don't know what I'm gonna do with that, but I want to have it there for when I do decide.
Jubilee. Be reasonable or be fast.
Let's run this like this.
Or the sound of a dial-up modem connecting. I'm Jessica Statler.
Yeah.
Synthetic Dawn Radio.
It's actually kind of tempting to put in a residential area over here. Yeah, thoughts for future Foxwine. Okay. Let's run some more water through the new area. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, no, wait, that won't do at all. There we go. Okay. And extend the Ivy Heights district. Whoop, a little too far. All right. Get off the highway. Get off that road. Get in there, but get off there. Yeah, that looks good. Just try and even that out a little. There we go. All right, zoning. Let's put some high density here and here. here. And then, whoop. Oh, that was a mistake. Let's just pull that in. Yes, much better. Low density. Yeah, that feels good. Although I will take out this little one square here, 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 and along here, because the one square things never seem to do terribly well. So I'd like to not have them. There we go. Let's let that get going. Of course, they want to build along the paved road first. It's okay if they build down here too, because the power will jump. It's if they start building in the middle that's going to be an issue. Although what these commercial places are going to do when they don't have customers, I do not know. Because if there aren't enough people to employ in the industrial areas, there certainly aren't going to be enough customers for the commercial areas. But we do currently have 301 people moving into the city per week, and then it just went down when I talked about it because it's shy. So we should get to taking care of the employment issue. You know, I have never built a city this dense before. It was when I back out at night and look at the city. I really impress myself. Also, there's a fire over there. That's a lot of fire. Looks like the fire department's on it, though. Okay. And more derelicts, of course. Some housing demand, but there's still space here in Walnut Heights that nobody's built in, so... they'll do the thing when the time comes. You know, come to think of it, what was the next milestone? I know what end goal I'm working towards, but the next milestone is at 90,000 population. Gonna be a bit before I reach that. Okay, now seems as good a time as any to work out the transit stuff. It's on my list. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so off to the monorail. 1 and 2 have been readjusted, but 3 and 4 have not. So I'm going to start with 3. Oh boy. Yeah, this is going to need some adjustment. There's way too many people waiting here. All right, first thing we do is we go up to the highest capacity train. I'll let those start running. Stop telling me about the new land. I've still got land to work with. We'll see where 6 vehicles get me. I know it's not going to get me far enough, but I want to see how far it actually does get me. Because we can see that the number of people at this stop are dropping dramatically. But I'm still probably going to have to put at least 1 more train on. Yeah, let's bump it up to 7. And see how that helps. I do wish that I could get the train coming from the one side to go in this side. Or vice versa. Okay, hold on. If I drag the stop over here. Nope. Okay, still only going in on one side. Unfortunate. I may have to... I don't think that 7 is enough. But also, this situation is a problem. So... Yeah, look at all the trains waiting on either side here. This is ridiculous. Okay. What I'm gonna do is which way does that one face? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Well, you know what? I'll just cover my bases by... Ta-da! Now if there's a problem, it's taken care of. Alright, back to the monorail. And we just run this track in there. And this line we drag that stop to here. Oh man, look at all the pedestrians go. I mean, you can only really see them as like monochrome specks right now, but I hecked up. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, drag line to add stop here. Oh no. I broke 'em. I broke 'em, but good. I'm gonna have to redraw all the lines now. Oh boy. Oh, that means I'm gonna have to adjust all of them too. Oh, I hecked up good. Alright, well, let's start with 1 and 2, because they're... I'm gonna have to start labeling my lines. Okay, goes there, goes there, goes there, and there, 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 there. Okay. And that would be, you know, I'm gonna call this Old Town Clockwise. Because, yeah, gonna start naming my lines now. can't get away with not naming my lines anymore.
No matter what you need, be it a smoked pig, goat by
Okay, this one goes there,
salted brine.
and here,
Bits will get it to
and
you
here,
fast with a smile and completely
here, here,
If it's good enough for Tony
here,
Steakhouse, why not be
here,
good enough for Joe Public Home?
here,
Yeah.
here,
With meaty bits. Tell 'em Tony sent
here,
you. Meaty bits. If it ever was a
complete line.
get it to you dead.
And then
Wait is over. It's finally here.
that
Friday
would
night Chili Bowling
be
at Andy's Bowling Alley. Every
Old
Friday night, anyone who buys at least 2
Town
games of bowling gets a free bowl of chili.
counterclockwise.
Wait, book a lane now. Due to recent incidents, the chili will only be distributed at the end of your visit. That way you can enjoy it wherever you want. In a park, at home, or on a
And then
construction
we
site.
delete
In
those
the meantime,
lines.
you'll have all the fun that bowling can provide. So come on back and be reminded that you're not actually that good at bowling. Andy's Bowling Alley.
In this age of rapid progress and expansion,
This one is much more difficult, honestly.
how can you know if your net worth matches up to the standards set by society? Personally, I like to go for a little retail therapy when I'm feeling behind. It doesn't matter who you are as a person.
Okay.
Demonstrate your worth through
One here,
and branding.
one here, 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 here. No, I don't want to complete the line. I don't want to complete the line. Okay, here. Okay. And that one went around counterclockwise, so I'm gonna call this north counterclockwise. And then going clockwise, you know what, I'm gonna start here. Here. I hecked up. I hecked up. I broke it. Alright, just delete that line. Okay, I'm just gonna start here, I guess. No, wait. Start here. Like this. Yes, okay. That's the clockwise one. Okay. North line clockwise. I'm just going to start this one here. It goes here, 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 there, There. 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 Okay, I'm pretty sure I got all the stops this time. So this would be the north line counterclockwise. And it means that I'm going to have to adjust all of them again. Okay, I'm depressed now, so I'm going to assess the feasibility of putting in a ferry line that sort of stitches across this river. I think it would be a good idea. It's just actually fitting the sucker in that becomes the issue. Let's start with the most difficult one, which would be the depot. Here wouldn't be bad. Or if I move the... You know, it'd probably be best to put the depot down here. Ferry stop, ferry pier. You know, we're gonna go with the small ones. Ferry stop here. And here. Yeah, okay, here. Here. Excuse you, get on... There. There. It'd be nice to get one up here, but I can't figure out how I would connect it to the roads anyway, so... Speaking of which... Okay, that's connected. That connected. This one needs a connection. That one connected. Oh. Slope too steep, huh? Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. Where's my zoning? Let's just de-zone that and rezone this. Yeah. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Sure, why not? And let's just... don't try to build there, people. Yeah, that works. Gonna have to do something about this power line, but... there we go. Okay, back to transit. Here we go. Are you kidding me? What the heck is the power line doing here? What on earth is going on? Why does it go underwater? You know what? I'm just gonna figure that out in a minute. Where was I? Oh, yes. Through here like this. Come on, there's gotta be a gap big enough. There's gotta be a space between the pilings that's big enough. That's the problem. Oh no, it's the whole bridge is too low. All right. Alright, where's my 3-lane one-way? There it is. That is definitely too high. on earth is going on here? You know, let's space already occupied, you say? By what?
Carve up with yakisoba, the noodle masters. No matter what stage of life you're in, we have the perfect noodles for you. From birthday noodles to wedding noodles, all the way to those most final of noodles. Every
Okay,
occasion has
so
a noodle at yakisoba, so experience something different. Yakisoba. It literally means fried noodles. At Banhammer Bank, we want you to trust us with your money. Because it's with your money that we can make you more money. How? It's not funny business, it's money business. You give your money to us and it will grow with interest. That's the plan at least. Maybe that's too complicated for you.
come on.
Imagine planting a money tree in the ground and
There we go.
hold on. Imagine if you had a money pet and you fed it more money and it
Okay,
grew fast
and
okay.
let's turn that
So you
around.
use a little money to catch a big money. You know, just come in and talk to us. We have even more metaphors that allow us to avoid saying what we really do with your money. Banhammer Bank. Feed the money monster.
Looks a little weird, but it might work. Let's find out.
I'm Visca Statler, and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio, the great new fun of the radio world. Classy, but with a kick.
Nope, that's still wrong somehow. Let's try it again. Hey, excuse you. Y'all saw me put it up high, didn't you? Everybody saw that, right? Now I can't line it up to save my life. Okay. I hate building on water, by the way. Okay. I'm going to take a moment and assess whether or not a ferry can pass underneath. Yes, okay. Okay. That's one. Alright. Back to the monorail. And across. Come on, come on. Attach! It's a very special monorail now. Okay, back to the ferries. Now that I have the track laid out, a stop here, stop here, 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 and here. And back again. And after all the trouble that I went through to put this line in, people had better use it. Okay, and power lines. Please tell me that doesn't go across the ferry line. It does not. Okay. Now, this was incredibly messy, actually. So... there. And now the ferries can ply their trade. Okay. And the ferry depot doesn't have water, of course. Why would it have water? It's on the water. There go the ferries. Oh, this one doesn't have water either. I'll extend it a nubbin. Even though, like, it's on the water, it should have plenty of water. And... yes, there they go. Okay, they made it through that one. Made it through this one. Excellent. Took out all the pilings turning around, but it works. I hope people actually use the ferry lines. I should take out these derelicts. You are sick. Sick from what? Probably from noise. The monorail stations are weirdly loud. But yeah. I need to let time run for just a bit. I need people to pile up on the monorail. Although I'm gonna hope... Yes, look at that! We actually have passengers on the ferry. Oh, I'm so pleased to see that. Gonna have to like keep an eye on that one to see if it has the right number of vehicles for the people using it, but once again, gotta let it run for a bit. When they first get started, you have no idea what the actual volume is. Well, since I switched this roundabout over to highway, it seems to be doing reasonably well. I mean, it's still getting backed up. The roundabouts always get backed up, but it's not too bad. And how are things doing over here? Oh, look at that! The flow! She's flowing, she's flowing. Oh, that is so nice to see. I'm so glad to see that. I'm glad I don't have to tweak it anymore because, dang. You know, zoning-wise, I could put more commercial on this side of the street. Does look like my demand for housing is going up, so I think what I'll do is extend Walnut Heights. Admittedly, I'm gonna wait until daylight so I can actually see what I'm doing, especially since I work in dirt roads. It gets very difficult to see because the dirt roads, they don't have much lighting, as you can see here. They get very dark at night. It's strange that there's demand for housing when there's still this whole section here. Did I not? I didn't fill that one in. Well, that'll give them someplace to build until daylight. And they build on it immediately. Excellent. Oh, wow, these people have swimming pools. Look at that. Premium. All right, that's a good daylight. That's a good daylight. Let's use this. Maybe get out of the one-way roads. Here we are. So, if I extend down to what is it drawing a line? It's drawing a line from the train? Oh man. No, no, give me my there. Yeah. Extend it down here. And down here. Like this. And like this. And like that, yeah. Okay. Oh, man, I hate it when I do that. That'll do nicely. Yeah, that'll make sure they all have water. Alright, let's pull the district down. Okay. Okay, medical. I'm currently on crematorium, but it does tell me that they need some coverage over here, so for medical coverage, let's getting a little stretched, but it should still be okay-ish.
Well, it's a complicated question. Probably
Fire.
services of a lawyer and an accountant. Is that us? Well, what do you think? Seems to me that there's a lot of you out there.
Yeah, we'll put a fire station there.
But that's not legal advice. That's life advice. In
Put
fact,
a shelter
providing legal advice. The law
here,
officially unlicensed since
here,
2005. Colossal Ore.
here.
We are the leading producer of minerals, ore,
And
natural
police.
resources, which means you're benefiting from our services whether you know us or not. No
Here.
matter what our critics say, at Colossal we care about our employees.
Alright, education.
Which is why we work so hard
Put an elementary school.
back in the mines where they feel at home. Together
Uh,
we can reunite minerals with the people who love them. Colossal Ore,
Here
then ore.
and here. High school here.
In the words of Oscar Wilde, nothing says success like excess.
Still got enough university, so we're good on that front.
If you can't keep yourself surrounded by status symbols and beautiful friends,
Okay,
then what's the point of it all anyway? It's true, everyone can feel
let's zone a bit.
But that's when it's time to tie back your hair and organize your closet. Considering the value of your wardrobe is a great way to remind
And
yourself of
make
your
this
inner
commercial.
Here's a funky track to get
Don't
you
bother
in
with that
organized
section at
mood.
all.
This is Synthetic Dawn Radio.
Make this commercial. Make this commercial. Okay. And make this high density here. 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 Sure. There. There. You know what? There. And yeah, I feel pretty good about that. Might be a little more low density than I should have. You know what? Yeah. Alright. Let's let them have at. Ah, they begin building immediately. That's what I like to see. We seem to have just enough buildings for an appropriate power jump, so yeah. Okay. Let's pave some of their roads here. Especially this one. I'm just going to do the older part of the district for now. That way I know that one's the older part. I mean, it's easy to tell the new part right now, even without looking at what kind of roads they have, because, yeah. Still. Yeah, they really did need some residential. Some demand for commercial coming through, but I'm just going to ignore it for the moment while I wait for this stuff to grow in. I mean, I'm loving the swimming pools that are over here. Admittedly, there only seems to be one model with the swimming pool, but still. They have pools. Oh, that's a big building that went in over there. Yeah. I mean, sure, they're underneath the main plane flight path, but that shouldn't be an issue, right? Does mean I could put a little commercial in here, because I don't have any commercial near here. Yeah, you know what? Why not? I probably didn't need to do that whole bit in paved road, but it was just convenient. Just run this across here like this. Yeah, there we go. Like that. Like this. This particular commercial district is going to be a little odd because of the being right up against the corner thing. But yeah, that'll do. Let's bring him some water. Yeah. All right. New district. Very small. Applegate Park. I like it. Make sure it doesn't touch the road. And you know what? I'm gonna make this one a local produce. And you get a policy of Old Town. So that people don't sneak through this corner here to avoid the roundabout. And yeah, high density here and here. And sure, here as well. And low density in the elsewheres. Since these are a lot of little odd shaped chunks anyway. Oh, wait. There. Okay, it's not very big, but hopefully it will help with the demand. And you know what, I will also... yeah, like that. That way you should stick to Magnolia Drive here and not to Willow Street. Okay. Let those burble. Oh yeah, there they go. They're building already. Man, the traffic. Thankfully, it's mostly still moving traffic. Stop telling me about the new piece of land. I'm still using this one. This is mainly the people moving in. So that should even itself out. But I think it's time to do a little work on the transit. So let's pull up the monorail. I'm gonna start with the Old Town. Which actually is not doing too badly. This one stop has a lot of people at it, but I think there's enough vehicles that I think I can pretty much leave this one alone. It's a miracle. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that. All right, Old Town clockwise, doing well. Old Town counterclockwise. Not just fine, but running kind of empty. I can actually reduce this by a vehicle, I think. Let's take a vehicle out and see what happens.
What does it feel like to drive a cloud? What does it feel like to steer a river? What does it smell like?
Yeah, this is looking fine.
At Jubilee, we're committed to letting you do the impossible. And now we've succeeded in letting you drive the undrivable. The Jubilee dimension.
Yeah, we're looking good down here.
Car engineers said shouldn't be made.
All right.
Drive one today and experience what scientists for decades claimed was beyond
Let's start with the north line
safe
counterclockwise.
driving. Jubilee. Be reasonable or be fast.
See, problem. Big problem.
If you want the best, you've got to go big. That's why our cameras are the biggest on the market. Our shutters the loudest.
I'm gonna take them up to the 240 passenger trains.
They're tools used to create. In fact, the most valuable camera is the one that you're afraid to take outside. Vault-Tec, only the best.
How does my city have tourists? Good lord, where are they coming from? How are they getting here?
Is that the intro to a Wicked House track? Or the sound of a dial-up modem connecting? I'm Jessica Stack, and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio.
I am probably going to have to increase the vehicles, but I want to see how the 240s do first. Like especially for this 600 and something stop, and up here for the 1000 stop. But yeah, putting in that pedestrian path for getting between the monorail stations, since I couldn't remember which way they were facing, it looks like that was a really good plan. Because I see a lot of people using that path. Wow. Okay. The vehicles have the larger vehicles definitely have helped, but they've there needs to be more of them. So let's actually take this up to 9 and see how that helps. Because it's actually like more people have piled up in this station since I switched the vehicles. That's mainly because of the feeding in the new vehicles, but yeah, there are a lot of people waiting. As I want to see if the 9 vehicles brings it to a better equilibrium if I let it run for a bit. But yeah, that is just a massive number of people who are switching between the train lines. It was a good idea to put in basically to make it a double train station here. Because having all the passengers for both of these in there would have been really bad. Okay. How are we doing here? Still not looking so good. All right, let's nudge it up to 10. Better. Better. Still, every time one of those other trains come in, it disgorges another 100 people into the stop. And it's mostly people getting off this one than getting on. It is reducing, though. I'm hoping 10 is enough. I don't want to end up spending massive amounts of money on this. This stop is also bad, but it's slightly less of a concern. Because if I can get this stop under control, then it'll take this stop with it. But yeah, if I just let it run for a while, will it ever get below 1200? Oh, yep, there it did. But yeah, this stop's gonna be fine soon. It's already getting close to the fine range. Yep, there it goes. That one's fine now. It's just this station that's the issue now. And that is gradually reducing, so I think 10 trains is going to do it, just given time. So I'm gonna call counterclockwise taken care of. Alright, clockwise. Oof. Oh, that's bad. That is very bad. Oh boy. Alright. Step 1, bump that up to 240 capacity. This is definitely going to need more than 7 trains. I'm hoping I won't have to take it up to 7 like the other one, but... But yeah, the whole line's a problem. Alright, let's take it up to 9. Let's see how this does. See, the main thing that I am seeing here is that the entire 240 train is not getting off at this stop, so not so many people can get on. The question is, where are they getting off? It might be here. Let's see, like this train's full as it comes up on this stop. And bam, yeah. Yeah, so wherever the people who are currently on these trains are getting on, they're mainly getting off at this stop. And then a bunch more people get on at this stop who don't get off at this stop. Yeah, I am going to need a lot of trains on this route. In fact, I'm going to take this up to 12. Let's see how this does. I kind of wish I had access to bigger trains, but I guess I'm not that lucky. Okay, I'm starting to see a reduction. If so many people didn't get off at this stop, it would be a very great temptation to just remove it. Okay, interestingly, now that I've added more trains, this one's going up. This line is just a big mess. My goodness. Is this at least generally trending downwards? Does anybody get off at this stop? Yes, people do get off at that stop. So the fact that nobody wants to get on at that stop mean, as long as people get off, I'm happy with it, but I wish more people would get off there. I am honestly not sure whether 12 trains is actually going to be enough. That's horrifying. This is trending downwards, so there is that. This one, though, that's not really going downward. It's just sort of stuck at a 2000 equilibrium.
We all want to be prepared. We all want to be sure that the people we leave behind don't think we're jerks. That's where final insurance comes in. We provide peace of mind.
Not enough
for
people getting
vulnerable
off at this stop.
For a small monthly sum, you can spend your final years knowing that final insurance has everything taken care of. Final insurance, the last insurance you'll ever need.
Same problem with this stop.
Colossal Ore. We are the leading producer of minerals, ore, and natural resources, which means you're benefiting from our services whether you know us or not. No matter what our critics say, at Colossal we care about our employees as well as our customers, which is why we work so hard to get our miners back in the mines where they feel at home. Together we can reunite.
But yeah, we're starting to look better on most of the other stops. But up here, it just keeps getting worse.
That last song had me thinking about ambitions. As a child, I wanted to become a celebrated breakdancer.
But it's my hope that if we clean up, if these stops get cleaned up, there will be room on the trains for the other stops.
Sharply dressed broker who drives an exotic car and carries a powerful handgun. If you fit that bill, this next
That's my hope anyway. Like, these all have been going down, which is exactly what I want to see. If we can get this stop at around 100 and something, and just to stay there at 100 and something, like the main thing we want to see is the trains going back up to the top with space in them. And that's what I'm starting to see down here, is trains going back to the beginning of the loop with space. And when they have space, they can pick up people. So this is looking better, I think. I'd really like to leave it at 12. 12 is expensive enough. But yeah, going back around with 76. Oh, hey! While I was trying to figure out my transit, my population grew to 90,000. I'm a megapolis now. That's a new area. Monuments. I get access to the international airport, the cargo airport hub, and the metropolitan airport, none of which I'm going to be putting in. But that means that I've hit all the milestones. So that's fairly awesome. So that's all the external goals. Now it's just the scenario goal. Just gotta grow the population some more. I mean, yes, I've rather been ignoring it because, you know, trying to work out this transit math problem. Like this one, 70 when it goes through. These are reducing. I think 12 trains is going to do it. I think 12 trains is good. Okay. That is the monorail, so let's check out the ferry line. Okay. Looks like the most people waiting is at this stop here. How much are they reduced by the ferry ship coming through? I am currently using the highest capacity ferry that is available. Let's try adding one more ferry to the route. Okay, 40. 100 people waiting. How many get off? How many get on? 20. Oof. Interesting. Which one was this? Oh, that's the one attached to the residential neighborhood. No wonder. Yeah, that really makes perfect sense, to be honest. Okay, so I may need one more ferry. Because not enough people are getting off the boat at this stop. Alright, let's nudge it up to 5. Well, I wasn't sure if putting in a ferry was the right idea, but there do appear to be a fair number of people using it. A fair number of people on the ferry. So I guess it was worth it to put in. We'll see if having 5 ferries is the right number. Oh yeah, there we go. I will look into the garbage in a second. Yeah, I think this is good. 5 ferries seems to have hit the sweet spot. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to connect this road. That would probably help, wouldn't it? There. Now the police and the garbage will be able to reach it. And hopefully we'll do so soon. It looks like it's been a problem for a while. Thank you for telling me about the new piece of land. I don't need it yet. Are the police and the garbage actually going to visit? Bueller? Hello? Oh wait, did I not my backyard that? Not my backyard. Did I Old Town that? You know, maybe I need to just extend the district over the building. No, I'm not going to be putting in a cargo airport hub. There aren't any trains on this map. If I can't get trains from outside, it's not worth it to me. Also, I'm not giving space to tourist stuff, so I'm not really making much tourist income on this city. Tourist stuff takes up space I could have people living in. I'm becoming confused whether garbage and police are ever actually... Oh, wait! Nope. Nope. It changed its mind. Come on, guys. You gotta be around here somewhere. I mean, the facilities are right here. You'd think they'd be able to... Oh, wait, here come the police, at least. Hey, and there's the garbage. And there goes the garbage. Did you actually collect anything? I guess there's more there than what one truck can hold. Oh boy. Okay. Feeling pretty good. Enjoying my fairies. Really enjoying my airport. That is amazing. Awesome to see people using the highway that I put in too. Still working out exactly what I'm gonna put in over here, and over here for that matter, but still a problem through here though. Maybe I should make it like the other one. I'm not thrilled about that idea, but like if I say pull up the routes for here, messy. But like if I select this, yeah, that's interesting. What about this bit? I am honestly not sure. I mean, a thought occurs to me. I'm just not sure how well it would actually work. Like what I can do is I can leave the roundabout, but I can have these two streets pass over it. Give me my dirt road. I don't know why I'm trying to make it hold its shape. It's not as if it's actually circular, but the main problem is the monorail, actually.
Cheese, it's cheese. We get big bite burgers and fries. All this week, in addition to our regular menu, try our all-you-can-eat signature sides, like our famous bowl full of melted cheese, served steamy and bubbling. It's the bottomless juggler, or our New Orleans-inspired pork
Okay, where's my 3-lane? There it is.
Jalapeno cheese pluker. So hurry in and get them while they last. After all, why take a little bite when you can take a big bite?
Can you hear it? Listen closely.
It's the sound of refreshment. Pop soda.
Not high enough.
Pop soda. Belch the best.
Then I suddenly realized that I'm going to have to move this.
I'm Jessica Statler, and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio.
Just going to pop that over there.
The radio room. Classy, but with a kick.
Alright, back to trying to work this out. Whoop! Hey! Didn't mean to do that. You know what? Forget holding the circle. Gonna have to pull this one back a bit further. Which means this one as well. Wait, that's the 4-lane, isn't it? Yes, it is. I want the 3-lane. Yeah, okay. Space already occupied. Oh, the shelter. Okay, and back to my roads. Now, let's get these all turned around the right way. Yeah, like that. And this is gonna have to go. And this. Yeah, this is where it gets to be the hard part. There we go. Okay, that's one. Ugh. These are going to be ugly. That's one. Well, that's two, actually. Sure, okay, that's three. And that's four. don't know if this is going to be enough of a change, but let's see what happens. Oh, wait. Let's put this road back. Wow, that's ugly. But let's see how it works. It's going to be horrific until it resettles, so I'm gonna bear with how hideous this is, and why is all that traffic stopped there? What is happening here? The vehicles are making some very interesting choices here, and I don't know if it's actually sane because I can't actually drive. I don't drive. That's part of the reason why I come up with the things that I come up with for traffic and things here, because all of my interest is academic. But I am honestly confused at all the people trying to cram themselves into this lane. Including all of these people who I'm not sure if I made anything any better. Things are still super stopped up. I mean, maybe I just need to give this street more heft? Like, what if... Oh, right. Okay, can't make a 4-lane industrial one-way road for reasons. Does that make any difference at all to anything? I don't know that I've helped anything. Like this part looks great now. But now this is all blocked up. What if I try a little more experimenting? Admittedly, this goes back to the previous problem, but it's more of a proof of concept. I'd really prefer to be able to put it across here, but I can't without, like, doing weird things with the monorail. Which I think maybe would be a good idea. Okay, where's my monorail? Where is my monorail? Where's the end of my monorail? And I already goofed. There's a lot of people who are just gonna suddenly rise on the monorail and be like, what? And we just wait for all the people who are supposedly going through here to shift to here. Because yeah, this side is pretty fine. It's this transition that is the issue. So if we can just route everybody who wants to come through here and then this way through here, that should help, I think. will be honest, I'm not really sure what's going on here. I'm focusing more on this problem here first. There's still quite a few vehicles who are going through here, but I think the majority of them are trying to come down this street, so... Come to think of it, why am I using the roundabout here? Hmm. I wonder. Back to my 3-lane road. Space already occupied. The monorail becomes a problem again because it's too low.
Italian leather. Italian threading. Pernu is Italian for jean jacket. We take the second best of Milan and with an appropriate markup bring it to you. Just because you don't have taste doesn't mean you shouldn't have pants. Pernu apparel. Clothes, but not quite.
False tech cameras. If you want the best, you've got to go big. That's why our cameras are the biggest on the market. Our shutters the loudest. Our lenses the longest. Cameras aren't paperweights. They're tools.
Nope, 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 nope.
The most valuable camera is the one that you're afraid to take outside. Fault tech. Only the best.
Does anyone else remember when our biggest fear was robots rising up to take over society? It makes me laugh to look back on those times. Only we could see how the world is now. And once all manual labor has finally been automated, life without a lower class will be the closest thing to paradise we've ever seen.
Okay, I am turning off your snapping. Please stop trying to attach to that road. I don't want you to attach to that road. Now, like that. Like that. And like that. Nobody ask what the heck I'm doing because I haven't worked that out yet. I'm working on it though. Come on. Yeah, right there. What is the problem? Where is it touching? Okay, you know what? Maybe slope too steep. Nope, not there. Please, why? Slope too steep. What slope? Oh dear, that's not what I wanted at all. Man. Okay, it's gonna have to be a really wonky Y joint because, yeah. But... Alright, progress. Okay. You know, I should turn the snapping back on again before I do something really unfortunate. Okay, that's going the right way. That is not. Yeah, that's going the right way. And turn that around. And it looks really bad. It looks incredibly bad, in fact. Wow. It's spectacularly bad. Well, redrew half the everything. Move this over here to where it can have power. Oh man, it's ugly. It's really ugly. Takes up a little bit less space than the roundabout did, though. Still not getting power for that. Huh. Okay, if I move it over here, if I rotate it and put it here, there we go. Do I actually have any trains using this one? I think I do. This becomes an interesting question. Oh, the answer is no. I do not have any trains using the wonky one. Well, you know, I don't need the wonky one then. Well, now it's slightly less hideous. It's still pretty bad. And hopefully I left enough space that I can still run track down this way. Because I am going to want to run track down here. Has a problem for future Foxwine, though. Right now, looking at a reasonably functional city. Still got some trash issues. Garbage is an ongoing problem that I don't know how to fix. But most of the rest is looking pretty good, actually. You know, except for the garbage problems. And, well, time will tell if this thing is better than the roundabout. So far, though, it is. This traffic is still getting kind of stopped up, but I feel like it isn't getting stopped up as far. I don't think I need this solution though. Okay, last thing I'm gonna do before I go, because it is after midnight, I am going to switch this back to a regular street and take this one out entirely. Bunch of vehicles gotten confused, but they'll figure it out. I believe in them. I do wonder. Actually, no, I want the one that's going that way. Okay, stops at that stop. Goes through. Stops at that stop. Okay. Okay. Also, why the water issues? Did I lose my power generation again? Did one of my power plants go down? No, we've got lots of electricity available. Sewage treatment is going to need to be a thing, which I'm going to make a note about. Sewage plus water with a question mark. Treatment. Okay, we'll see if I need to add more water as well, but for the moment, it looks like sewage is the one that's having the main problem. Okay. I'm going to stop. This is where I'm going to stop. We're going to look at this monstrosity that I just built. And I'm going to save this manually. And this is where I will call it a night, looking at this poor, horrible thing that I've made. So, that is where I will pick up again next week. And if you can't get enough of my brutalizing my cities, you can find more of my City Skylines streams archived on my YouTube channel. There is a playlist there, so you don't have to go digging through all the other stuff that I have archived there in order to find the City Skylines. So that makes it very easy, and also you can, binge through it, or binge through any of the other games that I have done streams of. Hours upon hours of keeping yourself entertained until I return again, which will be on Wednesday night. At as close to 7 p.m. as we can get enough people together to form a room, I will be playing either Among Us or Scribble It, or both with my friends. Among Us is a game that pretty much everybody is familiar with at this point, I think. We play a lot of hide and seek these days, but we do try to get our investigation on whenever we can, whenever we have enough people. And when we don't have enough people to make an Among Us room, we play Scribble It, which is sort of a Pictionary-like game. And none of us, very few of us can draw, and pretty much none of us can spell, so that gets pretty spectacular. And then at around 10 p.m., 10:15 or so, when my friends who have day jobs turn into pumpkins, that is when I switch over to my solo Valheim server and crash around until midnight in there, exploring and building things and just generally having a grand time. This upcoming week, the plan is to gather more fine wood. Because I've been building a bunch of portals, my fine wood supplies are getting kind of low, so they need to be refreshed. And getting some more beech seeds so that I could actually create a stand of beech for the next time this problem comes up would be really handy. So it's going to be tramping through the meadows trying to find beech trees this upcoming Wednesday night in Valheim. Then, on Thursday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Lost Epic for 1 week only. I play Lost Epic in between other games that I do series of, because I can't really do more than 1 week at a time of that one. It's fairly hard on my hands. It is a game that is best played with a controller, and I am not used to using a controller, and I do have some issues with my hands, so between those two things, it's not very good for me to play more than 1 week at a time of that particular game, which is, the best description I have for it is that it is a Souls-like platformer with anime-ish art. It's a lot of fun, and I crash around in there quite gleefully. And that is what I will be doing this upcoming Thursday for just 1 week only, so if you want to see it, you should definitely tune in this Thursday. Then I will be back again on Sunday night, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Baldur's Gate. And in Baldur's Gate, I have in fact finished the main plot, but I am working on a sort of extension slash spin-off that was made several years later that was included in my extended edition of Baldur's Gate, which is the Siege of Dragonspear. And I'm actually on my way to the siege at last. I finally left the city of Baldur's Gate and headed towards the siege, but now I've gotten very distracted by a map that I really, really need to explore. So that is what I will be doing this upcoming Sunday, is exploring around in that map. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to the city of Pepper Lake and continue attempting to expand to a population of 240 people. And waiting for that tornado, because it's been a lot of streams since the last tornado. And this is the tornado scenario. Where are the tornadoes? I'm very frightened. Where are they? It's not really that I want them, but their absence is making me very, very nervous. So we'll see if I actually get hit by a tornado next week, and whether or not I can get my population up above 100,000. That would be my two main goals for the city Skylines. So we'll see how that goes. So that's my schedule for the week, all the games that I am going to be playing, and what plans I have for those games, as much as I actually plan for these things, which admittedly is not a lot. I take things as they come, but be that as it may, I have a lot of fun. And I did have a lot of fun tonight, and I hope that all of you had at least as much fun as I did, and I hope that you have a great night. Good night!